Hello! It is... Oh, what day is today? It's Saturday. It's April 13th. Oh, is that tax day? Was that April 15th? Tax day. 13th. April 15th. Okay, off by 2. Getting close to tax day. But yeah, let's go over what I did last time and then recap some stuff I did offline, which is not actually that much this time. Last time, despite my best intentions, we didn't actually write all that much code. I did work on one pull request, which I think still hasn't merged because the tests have been flaky. But has approval now, so hopefully that'll get merged. There was this weird Unicode error in PyTest's internals on Windows. Which, print.p format. Huh. Which, I should probably try and reproduce and fix at some point. Because it seems bad. And I'm pretty good at fixing Unicode errors, unfortunately. I happen to do a lot. And but the latest run I think failed on a different build, so it's probably fine to just merge at this point. Yeah, so the PyPy build failed instead of the Python 2.7 build, so this is different failure, but also seems bad. Oh. Maybe PyTest timeout isn't compatible with Xdist? Hard to say, but I'm gonna merge this because it passed at least once. Close enough, right? But yeah, so that's what I did last time. I haven't done too much open source stuff since last stream. At least I don't think so. Oh, I did like one tiny fix to PyTest, or a couple tiny fixes to PyTest. That's it. But I did do something to the channel since last time. And I'm not within a loop there. I made some snazzy looking title buttons down here. I don't know. They're better than the plain text that was there before, but I still didn't fill out an FAQ like I promised that I would, but at least now I have like more up-to-date information here, and these are all clickable and nice. And I actually did these with code, so I can kind of show how that works real quickly. So I plan to do like a more in-depth video on how I make thumbnails and all that other shenanigans. But we have this repo here, which is Anthony Writes Code /thumbnails, which is on GitHub. I can show in the browser, and that'll work too. But there's kind of like 3 main parts to this. So one is a bunch of static assets, which control like what images show up. It actually produces small web pages that I then turn into images, and so there's some styling associated with it. The styling is a little atypical, like let's make every element position absolute, so you have to manually position everything. I don't know, but it works pretty well. And then there's the HTML portion, which this is the HTML that I use for my Twitch stream thumbnails. Basically, like what whether it's light or dark, and then some images and stuff, and all that other stuff. And the one quick question, have you ever managed large files using Git? Yes. The tool that I used was not open source, I think. But I have poked around with Git LFS, which is a way to, it's a pre-push hook, which allows you to basically put little pointer files in your repo, but not actually add the very large files. And it's supported by GitHub, and there's just like you can get a quota for large files on GitHub, and it seems to work fine. I haven't used it more than just to like try it out though. But if you want to check out Git LFS, there's a link for that. Yeah, typically you don't version large files in Git, and in fact, like Precommit has a Git hook to try and prevent you from checking in large files, which is the very first one on the list. Check added large files, probably just because it's alphabetically first. But you can like say you can change the heuristic for how large of files, and this Precommit hook actually understands Git LFS, so you check in large files, but check them in with LFS, it knows to avoid them. Unfortunately, LFS was kind of broken in like 2 different ways, so it requires a rather new version of Git LFS, although I guess maybe it's not rather new anymore. What version are they on right now? Show me the actual Git here. Well, I guess it's still reasonably new. Like 5 minor versions away. There's 2. Okay, never mind. It's not that new, because 2.3.4 was October of 2017. 2.2.0 and 2.2.1. Hey, look, it's me. I fixed something so that Precommit could use it. Oh yeah, this is almost 2 years ago now, so it's not really that new, but it requires a new enough version of Git LFS. But anyway, hope that answers your question. Generally don't check in binary or large files in Git, but Git LFS can help you manage them externally. And it does kind of like a bait and switch when you check out stuff. Like it sticks a little tiny text file in your actual repo, and the hook understands how to pull in the larger files from an external store. That's that. So back to this. Yeah, so I manage my thumbnails with HTML, and so every time I make a new episode, I change this number and change the text here and rebuild them. And the second part of that is actually pretty cool. So there's this technology called Selenium, which allows you to write code that controls a web browser. In this case, it's just very simple, like load the HTML file, run a script to open a window that's a particular size, find the window that we just opened, switch to it, and then make a screenshot. I can actually show how that works. So if we say like we edit this replay.htm to put some text in the subtitle field, which is where I usually put stuff. This was last stream, so I had 4 hours, 20 lines of code. If I just put like hello world here and save that. So if I open this in Firefox, this is actually how I usually interactively work with this, is I open it in Firefox and play around with the text here. I can already tell that when I take this screenshot, this text is going to be too far to the left, but whatever. Not super important. And it's the thumbnails are somewhat responsive. I didn't bother making this responsive because it was too much work. But then I can run this make screenshot script, which will start up a Firefox browser, open a pop-up window. You can kind of barely see it because it does it real quickly. Then it takes a screenshot and saves it as this PNG here, which you can then view what the thumbnail would end up looking like. Now this is kind of a broken one because the text is overlapping, but this is essentially how I build all my thumbnails. It's also how I built the I closed it. How I built these little icon things here as well. But those use a different size, and so the way that works is in this make screenshot, there's configurable sizes. So by default it uses 720p because that's what YouTube likes for thumbnails. But I also added a panel size, which is this 320 by 100, which apparently is the size that people suggest to use for Twitch panels, but whatever. I also learned something kind of weird. If I set this lower than 100, so let's say I set this to like 70, yeah, 70, 80, whatever. If I try and make screenshot, I think it's size panel with panel.htm, it'll generate a panel. In this case, it was the FAQ one because that was the last one that I did. Anyway, but if we look at the file that it created, it's not actually 70 pixels high. And I learned that this is because there's a minimum pop-up size in Firefox. You can't make a pop-up window that's smaller than 100 by 100. It's not this article. I think if I search this... yeah. Window.inner height minimum seems to be 100 pixels. This is not the article that, or not the Stack Overflow article that I found, but it is correct though. But kind of strange. Like it makes sense though, because like if you let people make windows that were smaller than that, you could just like create like tiny 1 pixel windows that are just hiding in the corner of your screen, and then it'd be hard to close and all that. Wouldn't be fun. But a little bit of tidbit history, I guess. Anyways, so that's how I generate those thumbnails and the tiles in my channel. I'll probably do a more in-depth video about the tech that goes into it some other time, but there's kind of like a crash course on that. And I think that's all the stuff that I did since last stream. So we can move on to actually doing new stuff. Check out this. Chatbot's working, I think. Maybe we'll add some chat commands later in the stream too. It'll be fun. Anyway, so what I want to work on today, close some of these tabs. What I want to work on today is Python 3.8 added some new syntax warnings, which are good because it's a pretty common mistake, and I'll go into depth about why this is a good syntax warning in a bit. But first we'll just kind of demonstrate it. So in Python 3.8, which is not released yet, so if we Python 3.8 version, it's still alpha, but it should, I think it's Python 3.8 release schedule. Yeah, so it should be done by, well, in theory should be done by October, which will be cool. But right now we're at the Alpha 3 stage, and it looks like later this month, like 2 weeks-ish, 2 weeks and a couple days, we'll get the next alpha, in theory. But yeah, anyway, there's a new warning in Python 3.8. For using is with literals, you will get this syntax warning. And it's a good warning. There's two types of equality in Python. One is equals equals, which is traditional equality. And then there's the is operator, which is referential equality, which will only be true if two objects refer to the same exact thing. So, for instance, like if I assign X to a dictionary and Y to another dictionary, these will be equals equals equality, but they won't be referentially equal because these are two separate dictionary objects. And in fact, if we do this, sorry, if we do the is operator here, we should also get the same warning as before. Oh, we don't get a warning. I guess we only get warnings for integers and tuples and floats and strings and bytes, maybe? What about lists? Not lists and not dictionaries. Weird, I guess. Seems like they should have also done it for list and dictionary. Maybe I can find the code report for that. Let's see, syntax warning is with a literal site bugs.python.org. How many messages is read all of this? If dict is mentioned or list. This Islington merged these ones. What about these ones? Oh, backporting fixes where it found bugs. Interesting. So sometimes this will succeed, but for the wrong reason. I'll explain that in a second. This was the warning that was added. Compiler now produces a syntax warning when identity checks are used with certain types of literals, strings, and ints. These can often work by accident in CPython, but are not guaranteed by the language spec. Cool. Sounds good. This was just a test. This is more tests. Another changelog? Oh, so it only checks against constants. Interesting. And so the reason that it works for a tuple is a constant, but these are non-constant. It should probably also warn for those as well. Let's comment on this ticket. Log in first. The answer is probably yes. But anyway, so this new warning exists, and the reason that I've been running into this a lot is PyFlakes added a check for it in the latest version. So if we let's see, if we make a Python file which has this mistake, and we run pyflakes on it. Pyflakes. What happened here? Oh, I put a space. So kind of a neat trick about bash. If you start a command with a space, it doesn't end up in your bash history or in the like arrow key menus. And so you can kind of use this to type secret stuff on your terminal. Not that you should ever type passwords and stuff on your terminal, but it does give you a way to do it without having it show up in your history files. But I actually wanted that command, and unfortunately I accidentally typed a space in front of it, so that's why that up arrow didn't work here. But yeah, pyflix now has a warning for this. And at work, I've been adding flake8 and upgrading flake8 in a bunch of different repositories and uncovering a lot of hits on this lint error. And most of them have been fine, like they're just in tests, and so like it's not a big deal that they're potentially broken, because they're just tests, and if tests are broken, whatever. It'll produce an error, and then someone will fix it eventually. But it's kind of annoying for me as a person upgrading linter to have to like edit everyone's files to fix this equals versus not equals check here. And so it'd be nice if I could make pyupgrade automatically fix things. And if you don't know what pyupgrade is, it's a tool that I wrote that tries to fix syntax for newer versions of the language. Some of the stuff that it does is upgrade Python 2.6 set literals to Python 2.7 literals, or I guess here's the 2.6 and here's the 2.7. It'll also do stuff for dictionary, format specifiers, percent format if you don't turn it off, which some people like percent format, and I disagree with them, but I'll let them do their thing. It also will fix stuff with Unicode literals. This is one that I did on stream kind of recently. I don't know if there's a video on YouTube for it. Maybe there is. But it'll also fix escape sequences, which became a syntax warning in Python 3.6, I think. And it'll be, in theory, an error in Python 3.8. I don't know if they're going to go through with that. Like, it might get deferred to Python 3.9 again. It was supposed to be in 3.7, but I don't know, they deemed it too quick to go forward with it. Something like that. I don't know. But pyupgrade can fix this. Flake8 also detects this as an error too, so while I was upgrading, it was very nice for me to be able to just run pyupgrade and fix these invalid escape sequences directly. Some of the other stuff it does is for Python 2 to 3 upgrading. So one of the things is to fix UR string literals, which aren't valid in Python 3. The pyupgrade knows how to fix them. Another is long literals, which again aren't a thing in Python 3, but pyupgrade knows that there's automatic long promotion in Python 2, so there's no reason to use this. And octoliterals, again, not a thing in Python 3. Easy fixes. This one I talked about last time, which is adjusted or like removing extraneous parentheses inside function calls. Like there's this tool Modernize, which is supposed to help you move from Python 2 to Python 3, and one of the weird things that it does is it'll double up parentheses in print calls sometimes. So pyupgrade is just kind of a nice place to put a fixset for this. And then we get to the like burning the bridges features of pyupgrade. So some of those features are all Python 2 compatible, and everything else is you need a new enough version of Python to take advantage of this. And so there's options to enable that, like Py3+, which will allow you to run only the Python 3 or the Python 3 only fixes. And a lot of these are around like cleaning or tidying up code so that it works, or like it takes advantage of the new syntaxes. So the first one is replacing old super with new super. This is kind of new syntax sugar that automatically fills in these values as appropriate, but only available in Python 3. There's new style class rewriting, where it'll remove object, because you don't need to do this in Python 3 anymore, because everything is a new style class. It'll remove 6 compatibility code, so 6 is a Python 2 and Python 3 compatibility library, and pyupgrade knows how to remove all of the pyupgrade, or all of the 6 constructs, and replace them with just their plain Python equivalents. This is almost done. There's like 2 or 3 things left to fix on this, so I might do that another stream, although the remaining ones are kind of difficult to fix, so well, we'll see about that. But yeah, we can see like I have a checklist of all of the things that I've wanted to implement, and we've done it across 25 different commits or something like that. But most of them were just like text substitutions, removals. These ones involved rewriting function calls. This was contributed by a coworker, which was pretty cool. These were also not too hard, but slightly more complicated. This one was also contributed by that same coworker, and these are the complicated ones that are still left, which is the 6.with meta class and the add meta class director. No, what are they called? I'm blanking on what these are called. Decorator, that's the word. Director. But these ones are more complicated because, well, this one's probably not that bad. Like, it's really just, I might even be able to reuse this code up here. But this one involves like removing this decorator and then finding the class call after it and then injecting this into that class. I'm sure there's some edge case with like multiple decorators and all sorts of stuff, but I haven't even started to think about this one yet. I just know that it's difficult, so I haven't approached it. And this issue's been open since October of last year, so it's been a long-running one. Although it's been super useful at work, like when we upgraded something to Python 3, and then we can just run pyupgrade against it, and it removes compatibility code. There's also other asks from other people. Anyway, that's kind of the goal of pyupgrade. Oh, and the last feature, which is the one that people get super excited about, is automatically rewriting format calls to f strings. But this one's only available in Python 3.6+. But yeah, that's kind of the goal of pyupgrade. So let's talk about why the is operator sometimes works in Python. So Python, or at least in CPython. Python 3. So CPython has several, so because integers and strings and tuples and floats are immutable, there are some caches that can take advantage of those, or the runtime can cache some of those objects and take advantage of speedups in that case, because you wouldn't have to allocate those numbers over and over. And in Python, I think in Python, or in CPython, it caches the first 256 or 255 integers. Let's see if we can show that. So I'm just gonna like add and subtract one to hopefully make it be a different number. Does this work? Oh, yeah. So 257 is the first integer that is not cached in that way. Yeah, so see how this is false, but in a lot of the other cases, it could have been true. Like this case. So this is kind of demonstrating that the first 256 integers are cached. I wonder if negatives are cached? Let's see, 0 to negative 256, and then negative 1. Okay, negative 5 onward is cached, apparently. Anyway, but this is like super implementation detail, and doesn't necessarily apply in other implementations of Python. So for instance, we take PyPy3, although I think PyPy caches more aggressively. Let's take this same for loop we had here. Assert I plus 1 minus 1 is I. That seems even more aggressive. Maybe there's an optimization here? Oh goodness, what is going on? Huh. So PyPy seems to have an even more aggressive integer cache here. I also know that PyPy has a small tuple cache, so if we try this in Python, CPython, this is not true, but I think in PyPy it is. No. So PyPy caches some small immutable structures just because it can. But anyway, like as you can see here, this is not consistent, and so it's rightful to make a syntax warning in that case. And for the mutable objects for dictionaries and maps, like it will never be true. It will always be false. At least, is there a case? No, I'm pretty sure that's always false. Like you can never have a list that's referentially equal to a list literal, because they will always be a different object. But anyway, let's try and implement this. I have a clone of pyupgrade from before. Let's just run the test to get started there. That way that'll be faster. And I'm going to set up a virtual environment and install pytest and myself so that I can more quickly run the test without having to use talks over and over. This was way faster than this whole workflow. But yeah, so if we look at the code structure of pyupgrade, it kind of goes from the bottom up. So we start at the bottom. We have this main function. This is where we collect all of the file name arguments and deal with the options that we have. There's not many options right now, and that's intentional. The main function basically collects the file names and then runs this fixFile function, which is handled here. FixFile loads the contents of the file and then runs the various fixers if they're enabled. And so like these ones are always on, so fixing dictionaries and sets is always on. Fixing format literals is always on. What does that one do? Fix format literals. Oh yeah, this is the like the Python 2.7 plus literals. Format 1, 2. In Python 2.6 you had to do this to get the same result. And in 2.7 you don't need to do that. And then the rest of these are optional. And I've found through some performance benchmarking that each of these that I add adds about 15% to the runtime. So it's easier for me to just modify one of the existing fixers to also do new things. Unfortunately, it makes these kind of get longer and longer. So we look at fixedset. Yeah, like they essentially follow the same pattern every time. But the pattern here is parse the AST, use the AST visitor to find the particular calls we're interested in, and then tokenize the source, and then read through all of the tokenization, and when we encounter a token that matches up with something that we found in the AST, then we can perform the side effect to rewrite it. And actually, I just noticed something interesting. This one seems to be different than the other ones. Fix format literals. Oh, this one is clever. Okay. Not this one. This one doesn't actually look at the AST at all. And And this one could probably be combined with the other tokenization one, because for whatever reason, tokenizing and untokenizing is kind of slow. I guess it makes sense. It has to run a bunch of regexes across the source code, and that's done, I think, in pure Python, so not the fastest operation. Fixed token. Okay, yeah, so this one again just uses tokens, so it's a little less complicated, but like every time I've added a new feature here, I've added essentially another if statement, and had to process that there. %, format. Yeah, so this one could, let's actually make the same optimization that I did here to avoid these loops here. So this will make this faster if you never use %format at all. If not, visitor.found, we can just return directly. So this is just a slight performance hack. And the test should still pass. Oops. The question though is, does the coverage still pass? So let's run the full test suite, which checks the code coverage. Okay, cool. So that passes. That's one nice little fix there. Let's see if we can apply that same to the other fixers as well. So fix super. Yeah, so we can apply that same strategy here. Found, and immediately return contents text. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, it must have like. Oh yeah, there's this bug that I fixed a while ago, which is in AutoPip8, where it will always write the file even if it makes no changes. Let me go poke that issue. So it would be really nice to have a release with it. Don't allow. Don't write the file unless there are changes. Make sure it hasn't been released already and I'm just being an idiot. Releases 24 commits. Yeah, this is in November. Yeah, that's why I got that warning there, because it was rewriting this file. Okay, cool. So I can use this same shortcut here as well. If not, visitor.classes. I think it's going to be one of these. This is the big class fix here. I should probably split this out into a separate function, so it's a little easier to read. But type ctx names. Simple names, simple adders, remove decorators. a lot of possible things were detected here. Simple adders. remove decorators. Oops, just paste that. All names and call adders. And raise adders. Okay, so this fixer does a lot of things in one pass, which is actually good because it means that it performs faster than having a bunch of split up ones. Then fix f strings. So that should just be a nice little performance win there. Assuming that I don't mess it up, fix super. Yeah, this one's in the wrong spot. That's why we have tests. Ooh. Okay, so the raise from didn't get handled. Let's see why that is. Fix raises. Oh, there should be raises names also, probably. Yeah, I just missed that. That's why we have a test for it. Cool, that looks good. So, tiny performance win. Short circuit tokenization in more cases. But yeah, eventually I want to combine all of these I want to combine essentially all of these fixers to one pass, and that'll make the code even faster. Because right now it, in the worst case, it does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 passes on the code. When I think I could get it down to like 2 passes would be much better. Anyway, this is not what I wanted to work on yet, but it is worth pushing and making a PR out of it, so we'll do that real quick. Essentially just a bunch of these if statements. Tests haven't passed yet. Why are you telling me I can merge? The test's running. What is going on? I could also probably work on implementing this as well. I win special case true and false. Those are not normally identity checked. I think this person's just wrong. Yeah, because it's pretty common to compare against false and true. Or at least it's common enough, in my opinion. It's like, sometimes you might have an API that's like, that would return a Troolean, a 3. So Boolean is 2, so try Boolean, a Troolean. So some like def f that returns optional bool. And so you would check the return value that's basically like if f or like if ret is true, then this. Otherwise, if ret is false, do this. Otherwise, it was none. So I could see that being legitimate, so I don't necessarily agree with this comment here, but apparently the the implementer didn't either, so didn't get changed. Interesting. I think this is kind of weird that this gets triggered twice. Maybe it compiles it twice? I wonder what the fix was here. What I want. Oh, I just moved the check. Let's see. Cool. Okay, the tests have started. That's good. Oh no, I dropped frames today. Weird. Guess maybe my upload got throttled for some reason. It's weird. I switched my internet providers a couple weeks ago, and I've been very happy with the new provider, Wave, so far. Much faster download speeds, and I don't have to deal with Comcast, which is great. Canceling Comcast was a mess, though. I had to keep telling the lady, like, no, I promise you, I'm not gonna pay for Comcast anymore. I don't want your service. I have already switched providers. You're not gonna convince me. Your stuff is too expensive. Your service is too crappy. And no, I don't want to rent your router. No, I don't want this TV bundle package. No, I don't care about phone. Like, it's like... They have a script, and I don't blame them. And like she was doing her job, and so I'm not mad at her as an individual. I'm just sad about the state of how Comcast is. But I basically had to navigate my way through the phone tree that they do. Continually say no, I want to cancel. No, I want to cancel. I promise you, I want to cancel. Definitely still want to cancel. So I know why this is taking so long. It's because it's Windows. But this one should be, or this step should be like instantaneous. Like most of the other ones, publish code coverage like usually takes 0 time. Didn't say how long it took here for whatever reason. Yeah, so usually it takes like 1 second. This one's going on 2 minutes, so I think this one's gonna fail. Oh. And the status just didn't update, because now it's 1 second. Okay, cool, it's done. Alright, stalled for time there, so now I can merge this. I have this nifty script here which knows to intelligently delete branches that have been merged already. So that's what this output is down here. This is from all here. It's not the greatest script. Which prune? Like it has this giant bash pipeline that is definitely just called verbatim. But it works pretty well. And it has a dry run mode where it'll prevent deletion of branches. That's kind of nice. Unfortunately, it doesn't work if you use squash merge approach, which is what work uses, so this script is completely useless at work for me. At my previous job at Yelp, they used merge workflow, so it worked great there, but it doesn't work at all for Lyft. Well, it's fine. This is fine. is literal. So I'm actually going to I'm going to assume that the forgetting lists and sets was unintentional and implement that in my code. Even though it's nonsensical, it's going to implement it anyway. But I think I'm going to piggyback on one of these other ones instead of adding a new function here, which means I need to rename one of these because it doesn't quite fit in fixed tokens, which is just tokenization based ones, I think. Fixed tokens. Yeah, this doesn't do AST parsing currently. I guess this does. Imports Unicode literals. Yeah. Yeah, so this AST parses. So maybe I just stop lying and make this part of the visitor. Yeah, so this is trying to be cute and short circuit parsing the whole AST object, which is good. But now that we're always going to parse all of the things defined is literals, we'll want to parse the whole thing, and so I'll convert this to an AST visitor. Hey, what's up, Sarcastic Dante? Let me figure out where this gets used first, though. Just in test. Cool. Not what the type is. Oh, it is the type. Okay. Second guess myself. I was actually right. So I'm basically converting this to a recursive node visitor instead. Shouldn't be too hard. The code will be shorter too. If node.model equals feature, and this is the same logic as before. Any name equals Unicode literals. Literals. And so the thing that I always forget, and the best practice for node visitors is you always have to run generic visit at the end, otherwise it'll terminate the recursion there. Your head hurts like crazy. Well, you take some Advil, man. Take some drugs. But yeah, this stops this short circuiting. So technically, it's a little bit slower, but we're gonna add some functionality to this visitor anyway, so it's fine. Turns out cooking doesn't help. Nice. What did I call this? Tokens visitor? Fixed tokens visitor. Not a great name, but fixed tokens visitor. So this is the same as before? I mean the same functionality as before, but actually let's validate that. Alright. And what's up for 420? Thanks for the follow. Funny name too. Fort 20. 420. Nice. Imports, Unicode, else. I guess I can keep this test, but change this. Fixed token visitor dot visit. Literals is expected. And here's like a case where is correct to use because we're comparing against these singletons here. Token visitor. Hey, what's up, Lord Newt the Destroyer? How's your Saturday going? Love your name, it's great. Visit import friend takes one positional argument, but two were given. Seems important. Right. I don't think that fixes all the tests. Yeah, why are these broken? Oh, I see why. Oh, that's kind of crappy. So before I was able to fix this in Python 3 as well, but after my change made it so those didn't happen. Thank you, Arc Network, for following. Every follow counts. Good, I pushed some squiggly things to egg assembly. Nice. What am I working on today? Let's see, what am I working on today? I'm working on this feature to pyupgrade, which is checking or like automatically fixing identity comparisons with is against int, float, bytes, and str objects. And I'm also going to do list and dictionary objects because those as well. Did you stop teaching your brother programming notes on Git were last updated 4 days ago? He might have either... So, right now he's working on a programming project, and so he's using his current knowledge to do that project. And the last thing that he needed to do this project was file IO. We did do a session yesterday? Wait, when was 4 days ago? 4 days ago was Tuesday? 2 days or today? So 1 day, 2, 3, 4, yeah. So we did a session on Tuesday where I assigned him a project and taught him about file IO because it was necessary to do it. And on Wednesday I streamed, so we didn't do a session there. On Thursday I went climbing, so we didn't do a session there, but we did one yesterday. And the project is actually one from when I used to teach Intro to Programming at Michigan. Because I've kept all the old code from that, and most of the project specs, I'm missing a few of them, unfortunately. I could probably like reach out to the instructor and get those from her. But the one we're doing is Project 4 from Fall 11, and it's it's a silly project, but the idea is to, you guys see that? Mostly see it. Anyway, it basically takes a encryption encryption. It's not encryption. It's just like a Caesar cipher. But it forces you to do some file I/O and character manipulation. It was originally intended for C++, and actually this is one of the few projects that I think is harder in Python than it is in C++. Because C++ gives you like these arrow operators to read integers from files, and reading an integer from a file in Python is a little bit tricky. But yeah, there's some like special directive characters, and they change how the Caesar cipher shift works, and there's some error handling that needs to happen in here. But this is basically what the input looks like. So you have this number and a shift, and that causes all of the all of the letters after that shift to be processed differently. And then there's this octothorpe, pound sign or hashtag, whatever the kids are calling it these days, which delineates the end of a message where you would do 2 line breaks. But yeah, so basically this is what he's been working on and why there haven't been new notes. Interestingly enough, I went back and looked at my C++ solution to this project, and I found a bug in it. So I had to go back and fix it. So basically my loop was reading a character and then not checking whether the file was still in a valid state or not. And so for the last character in a file, this would get the EUF character, despite like that not actually existing. And so whenever my program would run, it would spew out an EUF character at the end. But I can actually show you that's still working. So git clone github ace x183 project for fall 2011 and decrypt.cpp, and so it produces this executable here. We had to make we were given one data file that had a valid message in it, and we were required to make a test.txt, which was to attempt to, the idea was to send it to the autograder, and the autograder had like 10 slightly close to correct solutions, but having 1 or 2 bugs, and the idea was to have the test.txt expose those bugs. But since I was an instructor, I just took the cheaty test.txt because I think I was busy this project. But yeah, basically it takes this data file, which looks like this, data.txt, and finds the message that's in it, I guess. It also does error handling here. So if we see this character, it's supposed to have a number after it, but since it didn't have a number, it errored and then produced this message here. But pretty easy in C++, reading numbers, because if we look at this code here, view file, yeah, so this is all you have to do to read a number from a stream in C++, and you can just like, if you enter the fail state, you know that there's not a number there, and so you can produce your error message and read onwards. But in Python, it's a little bit more tricky. Hopefully Daniel's not watching because I'm about to give away the code. But in Python, actually, I think he already wrote this part, so it's fine. In Python, reading a number is a little bit more complicated. You basically need to like check for negative, read some characters, and then read more digit characters, and then check whether you read or didn't read something. These 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 6. Yeah, it's probably fair. These 6 lines are essentially the same as that 1 line in C++. Yeah, Daniel is watching. I don't remember how typecasting is done in C++. There's several different types of casting in C++. There's static cast, there's dynamic cast, there's const cast, and there's reinterpret cast. So static cast is something that the compiler will treat differently. And if there's an implicit conversion, it'll run it, if I remember right. The static cast operator performs an explicit type conversion. All types of conversions that are well-defined and allowed by the compiler are performed using static cast. Okay. Then there's dynamic cast, which is to convert pointers up and down an inheritance chain, and it'll return null if they fail. Dynamic cast. So this is the one that you use in inheritance trees and stuff. Then there's const cast, which really you should never use. It allows you to discard the const attribute of some variable, which like really think you shouldn't do. Can be used to remove constness or volatility, which seems like bad thing. Like don't use this. I don't think there's a good reason to use this. And then there's reinterpret cast, which allows you to convert one pointer of another pointer of any type, no matter whether the two are the same or not. Oh, this is like unchecked cast. This is basically C cast. Oh, there's also dynamic pointer cast, static pointer cast, and const pointer cast. Well, TIL. I didn't know about those ones. But anyway, there's a bunch of casts in C++. There's also C-style casts, which is just like parenthesis type, parenthesis variable. But anyway, slightly more complicated to read an integer in Python. Also, I think this is like slightly not right, because there are some things that are digits that aren't valid as the constructor to int, but whatever, close enough. I also, in my Python solution to this problem, I also used some features that I haven't taught Daniel yet. Like we haven't gone over classes or lambdas or dictionaries. So all of this is like stuff that we haven't gotten to yet, but we'll teach that. We'll teach that eventually. I think after this project is done, we'll go over dictionaries and sets. Since we already did lists and tuples and strings, but that shouldn't be too bad. But anyway, that's that. I don't know what project I'm gonna have him do next, because like what I'm trying to get him to do is like write a bunch of code and practice, because I think he's not getting enough practice right now, and so like some of the stuff that I'm teaching him, it's not sticking as well. So I want to get him to like build stuff and do some repetition to get there. But yeah, that's why the notes haven't updated in a couple days. He actually did write something down in his notes. He must have just not committed it, because we did talk about when we went over file IO, there were two functions that I left out that are kind of useful for his project. Oh, yeah, and apparently he forgot to commit from the day before where we talked about tuples. Oh no, actually, we did tuples and file IO in the same day, maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. But yeah, we talked about files, and I intentionally left out a bunch of different functions that are not super useful. Let's see, Python 3 IO, because there's a ton of methods in IO, but like for instance, read one. I didn't bother explaining read one to him. What read one does is it tries to read but only issues a single syscall, and so it's kind of like the not great read. But two of them that are not in his notes were seek and tell, which which are useful for implementing a peek method. It's like you tell the location, then you read one character, then you seek back to your original position. So it allows you to look forward in your stream without exhausting it. And if you saw my solution to that problem, I did seek in a different way, where I made a class that held the state of one character or one forward reading character, but he doesn't know how to do that yet. So I taught him seek and tell out of bands so that he would use them, and he did. His peak function implements that. Good. But anyway, so back to pyupgrade. I'm thinking that I should revert what I did here and apply it to one of the other AST-based fixers, because this is still useful to fix even if you're running in Python 3, I guess. Or I should split out the Unicode literals fixer into the other one. But I'm just gonna check out what I did so far. Let's see. So undo all that. We'll do the other fixer that was in this file. Fixedset. Yeah, it's either fixedset or format literals. Format literals. Yeah, and this one doesn't do. Oh, this could just be combined with the tokenized one. Maybe. Although there's this state machine, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, state machine is pretty annoying. Also, there might be a bug in this. If there's a bug, it's somewhere. It would be the state machine. This seems like the most strange code here. Also, this was the first. I think this was the first fixer that I wrote way back when I originally worked on this. How many commits do we have? Can we actually look back? Oh, I can just git log reversed. Nano git log. Initial commit with some round-trip string formatting things. I think that's what eventually became tokenized RT. Oh no, this was my, yeah, this is my string formatting thing. This is where I was trying to work on fixing format literals. Rename project to be more generic. What was it originally called? Oh, it was originally called upgrade format strings. Nice. Great name. Great name, self. GG there. And then I just renamed it to pyupgrade, which is where we're at now. But anyway, I don't know why I'm reading through the history of this. Let's get back to working on this. Okay, so we have fixedset, which also has an AST visitor, so we'll piggyback on this one to make this change. Oh wait, do I even need the AST? I don't think I do. I kind of do. I could do this without the AST by just looking for essentially a token that is followed by some white space and then like a number or string or operator or parenthesis or yeah, basically those. Actually, kind of curious. What is the bytes literal tokenize as? Tokenizes as a string. Close, I guess. It's kind of right, kind of wrong. Kind of weird. I could do it with the tokenization. But but I think it might be easier to use the AST. We have a comparison. It's at line number, column offset 0, so that's points here, which is not great. Oh, we have to do this shenanigans. It's like you can have compound comparisons. X equals 2 is 5, which evaluates as x equals 2 and x is 5, which is always false, but I guess we could say x is greater than 2. Just double check that this is false. How does this evaluate? I thought it evaluated like this, but apparently I'm wrong. We set this to 6. So that's true. So is this supposed to be x is greater than 5 and 5 is 5? So the one that I usually get back to on this is true or false equals false in false. Fortunately this one is not subject to the same problem. Oh, I wonder, because pyflakes implements this. I wonder what pyflakes does here. Pyflakes. Okay. Yeah, so pyflakes just zips over them. Which is fine, I actually don't care how this evaluates, now that I think about it, I just care about this portion here. And so I can do this same thing here. Is good. Is there really no ast.bytes in Python 2? I guess not. Okay, so I'll essentially use this same node visitor here. And I think the way that I'll make it work is I'll find the right-hand side node and then traverse leftward to find the is or is not tokens. Yeah, I think that's how I'll do it. I think there can be arbitrary amounts of white space in here. Yeah, so. And even a new line in the middle. X is not 5. Yeah. This reminded me of an interesting microbug in the syntax. So let's say x equals true. X equals not false is a syntax error, but not x equals false is fine. If you put parentheses here, it's fine too. But without parentheses, it just doesn't parsed correctly here. But minor weirdnesses with Python. Okay, so now I'm trying to think of how do I rename this function so that I can add functionality here while still having it be coherent. Because it's really like Python 2 compatible fixes. So maybe like fix Py2 compatible. Okay, so I renamed that properly. Oh right, I renamed it, of course. But I need to rename this as well. Py2 compatible visitor. Should be pi capitalized too? No, that seems fine. And so here's where I would add my new feature here. But we'll leave that for now, for the test over. And so I'm going to start writing some tests that should get automatically fixed. So here's all, oh, there's a typo there. Trailing commas. Hopefully Python doesn't put you into a coma. It'd be real bad. Those are the dictionary ones, and then we get to format strings here. Yeah. Let's stick some tests right here. Test fix is compare to literal. And I'm going to use parameterize with s unexpected. Okay, we'll start with those two basic cases and then go from there. But we should have failing tests now. Oh wait, I didn't finish writing the test. Should have two failing tests, and we should be able to select one of them. Cool. All right. Put some to-dos here. Test all the data types. Test compound comparisons. Let's split across multiple lines. Okay, so we want to visit, compare. I can even put a type annotation here. Not like it's parsed yet, but it is valid. You can do that up here too. But yeah, I'm not running MyPy on this, so it doesn't actually change anything. And this is the, in my opinion, ugly comment annotation. That is Python 2 compatible, because the Python 3 syntax is, of course, Python 3 syntax. So we want the same logic as... Oh, that's tricky. Tricky copy paste. I think this is licensed properly, so I can just do that. MIT theory? Yes, MIT, cool. It's like, please don't be GPL. Oh, I gotta turn off Facebook. Mute tab. We'll talk to the Facebook peoples later. This is not how I would write this. Something like that. Why couldn't you do that if it was GPL? Well, if it was GPL, GPL is what's called a, let's see, the copy left. Copy left, distinguished from copyright, is the practice of offering people the right to freely distribute. Oh wait, there we go. Let's see, GPL. Basically, the TLDR is if you include GPL code in your, or if you incorporate GPL code into your project, you are required to release your project under GPL. And fuck that. Derivative work can only be distributed under the same license terms. This right here. Yeah. Anyway, I really disagree with this, and so I want to use GPL software, and I want. I guess I do use GPL software whether I have a choice or not, but I can't incorporate this without relicensing my projects under GPL, and I would not do that. So such is life. But anyway, that's why GPL. Do I want a set here? Do I care about the value? I do. I care about whether it's is or is not. So this has to be a map. Yeah. Has to be a map. Okay. Parse. equals up. I just need to set this literal somewhere. Literal types. An indent does not match any outer indent. Yeah, so we're missing the definition of literal types, so I'll put that up here somewhere. Was it int, dir, and num? Both, yeah, so both integers and floats get parsed as num. Cool. But I should also improve 5 legs here, putting tuple and list in here. And dict and set. 6? No, we don't use 6. Thank you. Oh, how many zeros is that? Thank you, 10,000 watt for following. Every follow counts. That's a lot of watts. a lot of watts. How do I do my? I guess I don't. Huh. Greater than or equal to 3 literal types. Also gets bytes. Okay, so now we should at least be able to identify these identity compares. I'm gonna type comparse so many times. It's just gonna have to be that way. Okay, so we have one at offset 1 and 5. Tuple enumerate tokens. Okay, so line 1 UTF-8 byte offset 5. So line 1 UTF-8 byte offset 5, which is this number, and then we should be able to backtrack to find this is. And we know that it's an is, so we're looking for an is and not a not, which actually, now that I think about that, maybe I should. Oh no, that's fine. I guess I can just write tests for those directly. Test fix is compared to literal no op. widths. I'll just leave it. I think it's kind of self-explanatory. So. And it already works because I didn't write any code for it yet. Cool. Okay, but we were able to find the is, and we were able to find the number, and now we just need to backtrack and find the is. Is not will be slightly more complicated because we have to find the not, and that's why I wrote this test too, because like I was thinking, oh yeah, well you could backtrack and find this not here, but then it would be wrong. But this is an expression, so it gets parsed differently, I assume. Let's see how it gets parsed. We have a compare with an is and a unary op. This would not be a literal type. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, so let's try and implement the backtracking to find the is. Type parse again. No. Process identity compare tokens I. Is it or dot? That is a very long line. That doesn't fit either. Maybe we call it identity instead of, then I can stop typing comparse. Compares. I could call it is literal and shorten it to is lit. just for the memes. Maybe I'll do that just so I can laugh at it later. Yeah, let's do that. Is lit. No, that's dumb. We'll do is literal though. I think that's a better name. Okay, so the process is literal is not implemented. Kind of jumping ahead, like we already wrote a test for it, but this is what what logic I'm gonna need to do to find the is not. Maybe. Actually, I don't know yet. While tokens I dot source does not or is not in is and not, I minus equals 1. If tokens I dot source is equal to not. I'm basically looking for a range that I'm going to reassign. This is kind of annoying because I'm fixing, so the way the fixers go through these streams of tokens is they start at the end and then proceed backwards, with the assumption being that you only modify things past you, so that the iteration works out efficiently. The problem if you modify tokens before you, you'll end up with kind of like a gap and you'll skip over a token. So maybe I should change this to look forward instead of backwards, and then change it from the right hand side to the left hand side. The problem with that is then I need to worry about braces and stuff. Actually, I think I can fix this by just replacing all of the tokens with just the empty string. That'll work, then it won't change the size of the list. Kinda hacky, but I guess it'll work. Let's not try and implement is not right now. We'll TDD this. Tokens I equals tokens I replace source equals. So that should be our first test passing. Sweet. Test fix is compared to literal. But our our not equals is not working. Or is not working. Oh, wait a minute. If I delete... It's not that I would skip a token if I deleted two, it's that I would replay the same token again. Which would not do well. I don't see assert x equals not 5 passing no matter what. Oh yeah, I mean this is a failed test. Like this isn't implemented yet. This is also a syntax error due to a weird bug in the grammar. But yeah, this is, we know this doesn't work, and that's why I'm fixing it. Basically, I'm doing a approach which is called test-driven development, where I write a failing test and then I make the code, or I adjust the code so that the test passes. But I knew that I wasn't handling this yet, and so that's why I'm working on making that work. While tokens I plus 1. Okay, so in words, what I want to do here is I've replaced the is token with this, and then I want to search forward for the not token and replace all of those tokens with the empty string. What if they're a new line? I guess it's fine if they're a new line. It might make the code ugly though. I mean, the code was ugly to begin with. If you have something like, if you had something like x is like if you had this, even if you had like a backslash here, that's ugly too. And I'm proposing just taking all of this here and replacing it with this, which I think is fine. It's an edge case, an edge case. I'll write a test that demonstrates it. While tokens I source does not equal not, tokens I equals token. We just want a blank token. I think that's how that works. Alright, so it takes name and source, and these are optional. So this is going to be a dummy token. Tokens I. So when this loop terminates, it's pointing at the not, and so we'll replace that with another dummy token. And so this will prevent dummy tokens are to prevent replaying. Wait. Since we iterate backward, the dummy tokens keep the same length, but yeah, that's good enough. So this should make that other test pass. Famous last words. Cool. Let me just look at these other tests here. Test all the data types. X is bytes first. Ooh, that's really not what I wanted. Float. What were the other ones? pytest.param. X is tuple. We should do string also with bytes. Should probably do string before we do bytes. And maybe even Unicode string. String. Unicode string bytes float tuple list. And then dictionary. And then set. I think that's all the types. Oh, we should do no ops for X is true, false, none. I would also do ellipses, but it's not a thing in Python 2. So ... is valid syntax in Python 3. I wonder ellipsis. Oh, I guess I could do that. But dot 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 is not valid syntax in Python 2, unfortunately. It is in some cases. You can use it in slices, I think. Get item. Yeah, so you can use it in slices, but you can't use it generically. In Python 3, they were like, "This is cool. Let's just make it actual syntax." But I think we handle that. Let's make sure our tests still pass. We do. That's good. Test compound comparisons. Equals 5 is 5 should become x equals 5 equals 5. It's a little bit strange, but it does seem to work. And then we want to do one that's multiple lines. I should do one for is not also. Both to demonstrate that weird case. In this case, we're gobbling this entire chunk here. Is it a syntax error in Python 3 also? I would imagine not 5, just evaluated to false. The full check would be x equals false. Yeah, that's what it should be, but there's a bug that might have been closed as won't fix. Equals not. Syntax error. Oh, still open. Oh, these raise syntax error too. That's great. Not 0 is compiled successfully, while plus not 0 and minus not 0 are rejected. I feel like there's another bug report of this that I saw before. One. What? This person's just trolling. I don't... What? Okay, so it's definitely not that one. But anyway, I think it's this issue here covers that. Have to use parentheses around not 5 for it to evaluate properly. Yep, correct. Michael MX2 asks, hey, do you drink lots of caffeine to keep you focused? The answer is no. I'm a little bit weird. I don't drink caffeine at all. I don't drink coffee. I don't drink caffeinated beverages. I just live life. I do have focus problems, so you got me there. Yeah, I was diagnosed with ADHD as a kid, and as a kid I took several different drugs to make my life more reasonable. I started with Ritalin when I was in elementary school, and that helped me a ton. It was so helpful. Like I was a fucking wild child, and like I had to go to therapy to like make sure that I wasn't just like a psychopath as a kid, and then I was on ADHD drugs, and everything was way better. And then I got older, and Ritalin wasn't enough to to quell the beast, and so I switched to Concerta. It was mostly that like I would have to take Ritalin 2 or 3 times a day, and I would often forget or like intentionally forget because I hated like I would have to go down to the principal's office to take drugs in the middle of the day, and it was so inconvenient, and I just really didn't like doing it, and I would forget all the time intentionally because like fuck that was too much work. So we switched from Ritalin to Concerta, which is the same drug, but Ritalin or Concerta is a slow release tablet, so it would last for 9 hours instead of 3 or 4 or whatever, and so that worked way better for me. And then in college, I stopped taking it because I went to a doctor at the university, which was just free for me as a university student. Free healthcare is great. I want to move to Canada. That'd be awesome. Anyway, I went to this doctor, and like he wrote me scripts for Concerta, and every time that he would write a script, he would do basic checkup on me. And this one time, for whatever reason, I got like super freaked out in the doctor's office, and like was super tense and like super nervous, and like didn't really have a good reason for it, but I was just like completely freaked out. And apparently it's called like white coat syndrome, where you just like is a phenomenon where people exhibit a blood pressure level above the normal range in a clinical setting, though they do not exhibit it in other settings. And so this one time where I had this freak out, my blood pressure was super high, and he would not write a prescription because my blood pressure was too high. And of course, like since I had that bad situation once, like every time after that, whenever I'd go into the doctor's office, I would have the same like I wouldn't have the same freak out, but the freak out was now, what if I have high blood pressure again like that one time? And it was just like too much anxiety, too much stress, and so I stopped taking medicine and stopped going to the doctor, and spent a lot more effort to focus harder, and it's definitely a struggle, and I deal with it every day. But I've gotten a lot better at dealing with ADHD as a problem since stopping the medicine. I will say that I did have like one withdrawal symptom. One of the side effects of the ADHD medicine is it's an appetite suppressant, meaning when I take the drug, I don't want to eat food. And when I stopped taking the drug, I was hungry all the time. And I probably put on like, I don't know, 5 to 10 pounds in the first like month or so after stopping taking the drug. And so now like I have to spend a lot more time focusing on not eating too much, which I struggle with a lot. It's partially why I've been exercising so much recently, is because when I exercise a lot, I can eat a lot and get away with it. But anyway, yeah, I stay focused through lots of just internal focus and zen, I guess. Oh, the other reason that I don't drink caffeine or didn't drink caffeine is when I was on ADHD drugs, caffeine would interact really, really poorly with the drugs I was taking. Basically, most ADHD drugs are methamphetamines, so they're uppers. They're some of the biggest uppers, and combining it with caffeine would give me this like weird high, and then a really, really terrible crash. and like splitting headache and just like extreme fatigue to the point where like anytime that I accidentally had caffeine, like the rest of my day was just miserable. And so I try and avoid it. And after I stopped taking the drug, like I realized I've never had caffeine, so why stop or why start now? And so just don't drink caffeine. Also, I don't like the taste of coffee, so I've tried coffee like once or twice and just like don't like it, so I don't drink it. willc.ca says, you've never had Coke or Pepsi. I've had it like once or twice. I don't really like the taste of Coke. I don't know. Cola's like, I don't really like. Yeah, I don't really like Coke. Or Pepsi. USA is strange. Let's give amphetamines to tons of kids. Great idea. That said, like amphetamines helped me a ton. Like there's no way I would have made it through school. There's no way I would have been like had the ability to focus enough to learn in elementary and middle school and high school. It just would not have happened. So like I owe a lot of my success to drugs, essentially, to amphetamines, like GG me. Props for working through your experience, finding a solution, having the mental fortitude to persevere. Thank you for sharing. So not even tea? I do drink tea. I drink green tea, which is like the least caffeinated possible. And even that I don't drink very often. I mostly just drink tea when I'm like sick or in a social situation where everyone else is drinking coffee. I'll drink tea. But yeah, tea's a lot less aggressive on the caffeine. A little bit easier. Your story is so similar to so many other American programming streamers. Yeah, that doesn't surprise. For sure, Big Pharma is pushing amphetamines and other drugs on way too many people. I also agree with that. Yeah. There's a lot of people that don't need it. And unfortunately, in a lot of situations, it's also a privilege. Like, my family was well off enough that they could afford taking me to therapy and like having a psychologist and acquiring drugs that helped me, whereas like not everyone was fortunate enough in America to have like good enough healthcare to do that, which is really unfortunate for them. But anyway, that's a little bit of my crazy town mental history. What was I doing? Oh, I think I'm done. Or at least the test pass, right? So, I guess that's it. That was what I wanted to get done. I'll probably work on something else now. I should also make sure it works in Python 2 and probably Python 3.8 because they rewrote how all of the literal types or all the constant types work in Python 3.8 so that they could do some tricky constant folding stuff. Oh, we have missing coverage. 343. 343. Oh, right. Of course there's missing coverage there. Try that again. And actually I should try with the constant folding stuff. I wonder... Like, I wonder if that shows up in the AST. Yeah, like we definitely get the add here. Yeah, it doesn't fold here. It could fold, but it doesn't. I don't know why it doesn't. Oh well. That's fine with me. But I should add a test for that just in case. So this shouldn't get rewritten. I mean, it is wrong, but it shouldn't get rewritten because this is an expression. Even though it is a constant expression, but whatever. Okay. Oh, and I should document it in the README. Write out all of these cases. I think this is enough to write, actually. I'll put some rationale here, probably. In Python 3.8 plus, comparison to literals becomes a syntax warning as the success of those comparisons is implementation specific due to small or due to common object caching. The interesting thing here, though, is I actually think I shouldn't fix this set literal and dictionary ones, because it's always going to be false, and then I'm going to change it to maybe true. Like this will never succeed. Like this will always be false. And if my code changes it to equals equals, it could sometimes be true. Maybe I should leave those out. Maybe I should leave out tuples also, because you could have this, which is always going to be false, but then it becomes true. Maybe I should leave out the containers. Unless I can tell that the whole container is immutable. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave out containers. Because it's not always a safe rewrite. So that's an easy fix. Just to take all of these and change them to the no-up category. Oh, music stopped. Don't you stop. Keep going. I don't know, I might revisit this and change it later, but I think it's better to be timid now and adjust it later. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with. Now the touch should be done again. And I just need to adjust the types there. Which is this. Run the full test suite again, just to see how that is. Oh, we're here at the imports. That's why I have Git hooks. Oh, just got an email. Look at that. So this repository has benchmarks for how completely unrelated to this. This repository has benchmarks for I/O performance on in Docker based on the different storage engines. So Docker has a bunch of different ways that it can implement its layered file system. And some of them have different performance characteristics. And the current, or the oldest one is AUFS, which is the most, I guess, the most stable or the most technically correct. And then there's the various implementations of Overlay. Overlay 2 is the current default. And then there's Device Mapper, which I don't know enough about to talk about it. But Overlay tends to be faster, or the Overlay flavors tend to be faster than all the others, but they cut some corners and make some correctness violations in POSIX in order to get their benchmarks. So this is kind of like a realistic benchmarking of the values of these. And I don't want to click on the image, I want to click here so I can scroll. But yeah, it's basically comparing the Docker operations against MFS, which would be like no Docker gets involved. But you can see here that like AUFS tends to do worse on a lot of these benchmarks, and Overlay and Overlay 2 tend to do about the same. Overlay 2 usually being slightly faster. I'm surprised that Device Mapper does so well on this benchmark. But yeah, reads should be roughly the same. Read file tree mounted. This one should be like 0 time. This is, I think, what the person is asking about. Read file tree mounted. But yeah, we haven't updated these benchmarks in a while, so we should probably rerun these at some point. But they're still pretty good ballpark estimates for like saying, oh yeah, AUFS, it's probably going to be slower. This is probably the weirdest one that we never really figured out, or did we figure it out? Yeah, we never really figured out why this happens. So this is the situation where you have a volume on the host machine and you're mounting it into the Docker container. And even though the Docker storage engine shouldn't affect how that mount works, it seems to still have an effect. So we can still see that like AUFS is taking more time to do to do computation on a mounted directory, which makes no sense, but still ended up showing that there anyway. This one is not surprising at all. So the way a layered file system works is if you append to a file, it has to copy up the whole file into the top layer. And so you can see that like append on a host file system takes essentially 0 time. But in any of these layered file systems, it takes a lot of time because it has to copy up all of the large file to the higher things. But I haven't run these benchmarks in a while. Could probably do that at some point. Description of the x-axis is not visible. I think that's correct. We should probably fix this. But anyway, that was my inbox email that I wanted to look at. Come on, rewrite of what is constant literal. Actually, what did I call it in the readme? Okay, that satisfies that, I guess. Hopefully that works. I can run this on some repositories as well to see how they do. The problem is going to be finding random code on the internet that has this problem, though. Resolves 1, 2, 3. Fun issue number. Okay, we'll let that run. If I can think of code. I wonder if this is the very large Python repo that I often test my fixers against. It's a platform as a service that Yelp wrote. But it has an absolute butt ton of code, so it's easy to test sweeping changes against. But it uses Mesos as its backend, and apparently recently Kubernetes. I guess Yelp is switching to the actually supported one. See if we rewrite stuff. Looks like it's rewriting stuff. Surprises me. Oh, this is just rewriting these. This is something that I fixed earlier. It has unnecessary double parentheses here. So it looks like those are all just the double parens. Oh, here's another double paren that's unnecessary. Still more double parens. Ooh, this one will make the linter unhappy, unfortunately. But what are you gonna do? Okay, so there weren't any incorrect comparisons there. Let me take something like. Oh, I would have to find a repository that pins an old version of Flake8. Let's see, I could go to GitHub. And search. Oh, someone just followed me 2 hours ago. Is that while I was streaming? Technically, maybe? Flake8, Flake9. Let's find somebody who's pinning 360 in code. 2 million results. Put quotes around this. You are useless, GitHub. Useless. Why is it completely dropping this part? It's like the entire reason I wanted to do this. And I could scroll through these forever and find something. Oh, here's one. Repo's tiny though. The most popular Python GitHub repositories. Here are top 30 Python projects on GitHub. Surely I'll be able to find one of these that is using old Flake8. And hasn't fixed the bugs yet. Be surprised if Django is there. They just have unpinned Flake8, so they're probably fixed. Requests uses a pip file. They're locked. Flake8. 3.5. Maybe requests. Requests. Oh, it's gonna change all those other things. Keep. That'll keep percent format. So nothing changed in requests. So on to the next one. HTTP. HTTPIE? HTTPie. HTTPie. Okay. What version of Flake8 do they use? Not there. Do they not lint at all? Maybe they don't lint at all. That'd be... well... It would also seem weird if they don't lint. Seems they don't. Okay, so those are just format string upgrades. This one is a dict literal update. Where's the end curly brace? Oh, it's over here. More format strings. Set literal format strings. Okay, so didn't find anything there. Now maybe searching for popular projects is not going to be the best. Palettes Flask. They use pyupgrade at some point, maybe? No. Let's use for lint. They do not? I could have sworn they had something. What is this project, by the way? I still don't get it. Oh, for pyupgrade? So the tool in general, or the thing that I'm fixing today? The tool in general is meant to automatically format syntax for newer, better ways to do things. So, for instance, in Python 2.7, all of these syntaxes got introduced, and so this is the old syntax. This is the new syntax, and the new syntax is faster in some ways, but also less verbose, and so it's, in my opinion, better. And so pyupgrade will we'll take those and upgrade them to newer versions of Python. It'll also do stuff for Python 2 and Python 3 compatibility, so things like fixing invalid escape sequences, fixing UR string literals which aren't valid in Python 3, fixing long literals which aren't valid in Python 3, same with octal literals. It'll also do stuff like remove extra parentheses that are unnecessary. And that's the like 2+3 compatible stuff. And then the last bit is stuff that you can kind of burn the bridges to some extent. Like if you only want to support Python 3, you can get rid of all of the Python 2 related constructs. And so all of these rewrites from here downwards are Python 3 compatible ones, or Python 3 only fixes. So like rewriting to new super, getting rid of inheriting from object because it's unnecessary, fixing compatibility code that uses the 6 module. So 6 is a way to write Python 2 and Python 3 compatible code, and you don't need it if you're only on Python 3. And the last one is converting format calls into f strings, which is only available in Python 3.6. And so that's kind of the idea behind pyupgrade, is to like automatically fix all of these problems for you. And the thing that we're doing today is converting is comparisons against literal values, which is a syntax warning in Python 3.8, and eventually I assume will be a syntax error, because it's just a common mistake, and so this will get rewritten as this automatically. And right now what I'm trying to do is find some other project that makes this mistake and show that it fixes it. It also like give me a chance to run this against a bunch of different projects. But I might not find one in these like top 15 most popular things. Which, whatever. It's fine. Okay, so those are just format strings still. So this is like one of the upgrades that it does, because these manually numbering these is error prone in Python 2.6 and below, and Python 2.7 plus you don't need the numbers here. So you can kind of get an idea of some of the stuff that pyupgrade will fix for you automatically. And like here's one where it fixed the set literal here. Nothing in Pellet's Flask. Tornado. That'll be a fun one. What is the URL? Tornado, web, tornado. Web, tornado. That X is 5 works. It's just an artifact of CPython internals, right? Yes, that's correct. It's weird that it caught on like this. I've seen people doing it. Yeah, so the unfortunate thing is because it works, people will use it. Most of the time where I've seen that syntax pattern in code bases is especially with newer developers or developers coming from other languages. The fact that there is an is operator is like it reads well as English, so you might say like, oh, if X is 5, like that sounds fine, and it works in the interpreter, so they commit it and the code continues to work. But one day maybe implementation detail changes or memory layout changes, or you somehow get a duplicated object that isn't in the cache but is the same value, and like it's kind of just like a ticking time bomb. But yeah, that's how I've seen it crop up in code. For me, well, most of the ones that I've seen are like new developers. Huh, rewriting a lot of stuff in Tornado, even though Tornado I think is Python 3 only. Where is there? Python requires. Yeah, they're 3.5 plus. So let's see what we rewrote here. Dict literal. Extra parens up here. Oh, those parens might be necessary. wonder if those are necessary. Oops, I didn't mean to open the settings panel. Isn't the is keyword literally just equal to doing idx equals idy, or am I missing something? Yes, that's exactly what it does. It's identity comparison. I don't know if I see the rationale to even add it as a keyword if that's all it does. I must be missing something. There are cases where it's useful to have a shortcut to compare against singletons. So a pattern that I've seen a lot in code is something like this, where you have like unspecified equals object, and then def do thing, and then x equals unspecified. And then like if x is none, print got none. If x is unspecified, no value passed, else x got this in. So like this allows you to differentiate between no argument being passed, someone explicitly passing none, and then someone passing some other value. So like something like this will hit all three cases here. And so it's important here to use identity to exactly compare against these singletons. Now, granted, I think you're right. Like, there's probably way fewer cases than there are for equality to need this, and so maybe there should have been something that's less shortcut and like maybe more to type. But we're stuck with the language we have, I guess. Maybe if I invent a Python 5000, it'll not have these, but whatever. Yeah, until then, it's just stuck that way. I want to make sure this does what I expect. I want to make sure that these two ASTs are the same. So use the left-hand side. I don't know which one I did in which file. Okay, they're different in those files. So then diff-u. Oh no, they're different. Oh wait, this has the number offset now. Is there an option? No show offsets. No show offsets. Oh, they're still different. No. Oh, this is invalid syntax. No. Why is that invalid syntax? Ugh. Okay, well I have a bug to fix then. Merge this first. So that's a bug in a fix that I added recently. That'll be an easy bug for me to fix, but we'll handle that later. Still want to find something that does this identity fix somewhere. Not there. In all likelihood, I will not find one, but that's okay too. Yeah, here's more of the mistakes. I guess it's good that I tried this, though, so otherwise I wouldn't have found these bugs to fixes. On to the next one. Nothing in Tornado. Ansible. That sounds like a big project. I think Ansible was using pre-commit for a while. I don't know if they still are. Did they use it? No. They like wrote a bunch of linters that worked with pre-commit pretty well. Lots of code being rewritten here. I'm hoping we find a bug. I should have checked what linters they use. Not there. Box, maybe? Best runner requirement. Check there, I guess. Best runner requirement. Oh boy. Not art parse. They use pilot though, so pilot probably points it out. I don't see a linter being used here, other than pilot. Why is this in the top? What? What did I click on? Between Ansible and Sentry, I clicked on Python Guide, but it's archived. Oh, because it's reparented here. See? This is gonna take forever to sort through all of these diffs. Maybe we won't. Or maybe I could adjust the code. I'll just hack the code to not rewrite everything. Only rewrite that. Comment these out. And comment these out. That way it's only gonna do this here. Oh, we found one. Found one. Yes. Yes. Found one. Okay, so pretty sure it works. Thank you, Ansible, for having broken code. Even though this is really unlikely to fail ever. Even the slice returns the original string. But hey, we found one. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, we're good. Did I give them a patch? Alright, close the tab. I'm not gonna send them a patch. It's so trivial. They'll notice it when they start linting for it, I guess. But let's fix that bug in pyupgrade. Yeah, it's valid syntax in Python 2. But this is not. Huh. It's so surprising. Anyway, let's fix it then. Upgrade. Don't touch print size generators. Don't touch coroutine yields. Okay, so that should be a failing test. Alright. Like, why are all the tests failing? It's because we intentionally broke the code. But cool, so we have a failing test, so now we just need to fix it. Sorry, just pulled and checked out, did a bunch of stuff really quickly. So I made a patch. I don't really trust get stash, and so I'd rather manage my own stashes myself, so I do it with patch files. Mostly because I've been burned by get stash in the past, where like I make a stash which takes my code and puts it to the get space. But then I've popped my stash and had it conflict with my local checkout, and Git seems to just like drop those changes on the floor. And so I'd rather have them at least in like a patch file where if I absolutely needed to, I could open this up and reapply the patch manually if it conflicted. I don't know, maybe I'm just a little paranoid. But then I removed the changes from my working directory, I checked out master, I pulled to get the changes that I just merged, and then I deleted the merged branches. Hey, what's up, Oblivionicus? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Oblivionicus. Cool name. Let's see. Yeah, so then I just pulled and deleted the merged branches, and that's how I got to the state I'm at. And then I can delete the patch because I already applied it. And we can see that we have our failing test, so now let's try and fix it. Yeah, so here's the code where the extraneous parentheses is. We already have a special case for finding commas in depth 1, but we also need to add a check for this yield. Oblivion would usually suffice. The icus is meh. Oh. It's pretty sad when you refer to your own name as meh, but I guess, I mean, more power to you. Oblivion's cool too. I don't think I've ever... Did I ever play Oblivion? I know I played the shit out of Skyrim. I played so much Skyrim. Something like, I don't know, 200 hours of Skyrim? I guess I can check on Steam. Do I even have Steam open? I do. Skyrim. Where is it? Oh, The Elder Scrolls Skyrim. 276 hours. Yeah. I got it on Christmas of 2011. I think my brother got it for me. And apparently it was worth it's worth the money. Because I played a lot of it. I didn't get all the achievements though, which is kind of surprising. But I don't think I've played since like 2012, 2013. But I don't know, I really like Skyrim. I didn't play it, just got the name like 16 years ago when playing the first Unreal tournament. Feeling summon, you would get X has blown Y's head into oblivion, and it was settled. That's nice. I just played Elder Scrolls Online a bit. I never played Elder Scrolls Online. Didn't seem like my type of game. But I'm not gonna take that away from you. Yeah, so I think we just need to adjust this finding a comma at depth 1 addition. I've shut my keyboard. You guys can't see, but I had shut my keyboard cable into my drawer. Found comma or yield. This is a tuple or coroutine. Hey, what's up, Amino720? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. And all these cool names today. Let's see. Comma or yield at depth 1. It's the tuple or a coroutine. If depth is 1 and tokens i.source is in this or yield, then we know we have found the broken thing. So what our tests say now. Cool, so that's passing. One other thing that I wanted to make sure still happens is if there's let's see, yield. I still want like if there were more extra parentheses here, that it would still handle those. So let's make sure that that still happens. Earlier I went mad, coding for 5 or 6 hours. My Corsair keyboard died, got mad, and started to look for random people coding a bit and then sleep. Oh, that's unfortunate. I use a really shitty cheap keyboard. This is a Logitech K120. Basically the cheapest keyboard that money can buy. And the reason that I do that is because I break keyboards all the time, and so if I can just buy a new cheap keyboard. In fact, I think I have. Maybe they're in the other room. I have like 3 or 4 backup keyboards because I know that I go through them pretty often. Like I think I get a new keyboard every like 6 months. Just because either they get gross or I just like break keys. And I'm okay with crappy keyboards, and it makes a good enough sound for me, which is enough like feedback for me to type. And I'm so used to the keyboard layout by now that it works for me. That's why I use that keyboard. But if I had a nice keyboard that broke, I would be pissed. I feel you, man. So we have extra. So basically, what I wanted to test here is that if we have extra parentheses here, it still clips them down to just the 2 keyboards here. Maybe they break because they're cheap. Yeah, that's definitely why. But I think like whether or not they were cheap, they would still get gross, which I don't know. Cleaning keyboards is so much work. You pluck the keys off and like clean each individual key, and then like clean the insides and like dust and all that stuff. And I'd rather just like, you know, spend $12 and get a new keyboard. Which guess that just shows me. But it does remind me, I have made a custom keyboard before. Let me grab that photo. I show this on stream all the time, but I'll show it again. Let's see. Gotta scroll through the Facebook to find when I made this. Fine. There it is. New image. So I made a mechanical keyboard from a kit. And It's 2 keys! And I made this for stupid reasons too. At work I dual boot Linux and on a MacBook Pro. And normally the MacBook Pro has like a play and pause button on the keyboard, because I have a 2015 MacBook Pro because I didn't want the stupid touch bar. But for whatever reason, Linux will not, or my drivers on Linux will not drive 2 monitors and the laptop screen, and so I keep the lid closed. And so when the lid's closed, I don't have the play pause button, but that's literally the only key that I would use on the macOS keyboard. And so I wanted like the most basic keyboard possible to to still have the play pause feature. And so a friend suggested this 2-key kit, and so I put it together. And this button here is play pause for my music, and then everything is okay. You know it's old hen, you have to scroll through Facebook posts for it. Yeah, I mean I have it on my computer somewhere, but I don't know where all of my files are. Also, I could find it in Slack or various other platforms that I've sent it. Yeah, I got the exact same MacBook for work. I just used the latest wireless MacBook keyboard. It has those keys. Yeah, that's true. I really don't like the Apple keyboards though. So it's I also use the same keyboard at work. Well, not this very one, but the same model. Okay, cool. So I wanted to make sure that when there's extra parens here, it still gets narrowed down to 2. And it seems like that's the case, so that's good. So I'll add a little comment for that. Cool, so we fixed that bug pretty quickly. Fixed bug with extraneous parens and coroutines. I wrote way more code than last stream already, because last stream I wrote like 20 lines and spent most of the other time just explaining stuff. But if you guys have questions or stuff that you want me to explain, I'd be happy to tell stories and do all that other stuff. But until then, I'm just gonna hack on open source stuff. What I typically do. Original resolves 126. 126. Hopefully it'll start running the test. I think one thing that I could also work on is one of these 6 fixers, because I'm getting down to the line. I really just have to like bite the bullet and finish these eventually. I think that I could do this one, maybe. If I remember how the call reformatting works. I'm just happy to see Python. I'm tired of Perl and Java, which I code at work. Starting recently a bit with React and Django. Nice. Yeah, I fortunately or unfortunately get to do Python at work, and so that's what I also tend to do during my free time, because if I can build stuff, if I can build open source software that makes my life easier during my work, like, I'm gonna be way happier about that. But if I was working in like Java or Ruby or whatever the fuck at work, I would probably work on different tooling, which is sad, but I guess it's fair at least. Registers. This is crazy town. What is going on here? Oh, I remember. I have these like... I have these. Which is basically a bunch of format templates for replacing the 6 calls with not 6 calls. The problem with this one... Oh, actually, no, that's not a problem. This is actually fine. The meta class is first, and then it ends up at the end. So I think I can just do this one. Let's merge this first, and then I'll start trying to tackle fixing this one. I think this one is easy. I don't know why I didn't do it before. Requires multiple function call parses, probably hard. I don't think so. I think this one is not so bad. Oh no, it is bad. I just... Let's see if this is even legal. So this case is easy, where you have class C 6 dot with meta class meta. Let's just use type because that's the trivial meta class. This is like kind of the trivial case where you have you apply a meta class here. But I think the tricky case happens where you do something like this. I don't even know if this is legal, but then like list something after it here. It's like my rewrite, or like the simple rewrite would turn this into C B meta class equals meta. But down here that wouldn't work. You'd end up with class E B meta class equals meta D, and you'd end up with a keyword before the argument, which I assume that's not valid. But let's try this and make sure this works first. I always need to import 6. I just have features and bug fixes for Cisco. I tend to think I help people, but I don't help myself. Oh, I see. Actually, I have some friends who used to work at Cisco. They're, they tell me they are much happier not working at Cisco now, but I don't want to speak to like whatever you're working on, because it might be awesome, and I might just be misrepresenting. Which pip install 6. What sort of software at Cisco do you work on, Oblivion? What? What? Okay, so this is just nonsense. It works, but not for the right reason? No shit, I tend to agree. I work for Romania. I see. You're working on a next-gen firewall. Hey, what's up, dissidents? How's your Saturday going? This is weird. This class doesn't actually inherit from D, even though it's in the class list. Yeah, no D to be found. I think is really, really weird. How does with meta class even work? Creates a base class with a meta class. Oh, am I using the wrong thing? Is it add meta class? No, add meta class is the decorator. It calls type.new with this special meta class here. Oh, meta classes make my heart spin. And new is just calling the meta class that we had. So this is just calling type. I don't even know what prepare is. I don't think I've seen this before. This requires a bit of explanation. Cool, that's exactly what I'm looking for. The basic idea is to make a dummy meta class for one level of class instantiation that replaces itself with the actual meta class. Oh, but it just drops this spaces here. This is maybe a bug? Yeah, interesting. It feels like a bug, but I don't know. Hey, check out Anthony, he's a master of Python. Oh boy. Look at me getting these titles here. Yeah, this is kind of weird. I don't know why. So it could stick this into the class list there, but it doesn't. An evil genius of programming. A Python rock star. Oh no. Yeah, next you're gonna call me a thought leader. That one really grinds my gears. Now I know who I should throw bananas at if I'm not happy with Python or Django. Oof. I mean, maybe for Python. I haven't worked with Django in almost 7 years. So Django's not my fault. You can blame Django on Django. Okay, so I think I still need to parse the classes in this case. Or I can just like make it crash. I don't know. But I wonder if this is valid. So we want to change, we want this. This would be the replacement for C. And this would be the replacement for E. I think this is invalid. Pretty sure that's invalid. Because there's a keyword before this class here. Yeah, syntax error, positional argument follows keyword argument. But I could probably detect that case. Oh, I don't know. Lord, Django 7 years ago and started with Python before it was called Python. No. It was Python 2.4. Although Python 2.6 was out then. Yeah, Python 2.6 release date. Oh, Python 2.6 was definitely out then. 2.7 must have been out too. Yeah, 2.7 was out, but I was using 2.4. Because it was this really, really old machine at work or at school that ran the auto grader, and it was Python 2.4 was such a different language. I mean, there wasn't the with statement for one. Unicode was not really a thing. It kind of was, but not really. It was difficult. But I eventually ported that to Python 2.7 because I was sick of dealing with 2.4. Yeah, this is problematic. This class here is completely ignored. Which is crazy. But anyway, I think I can merge this PR and then I can start working on that. What's up, Phage Cleaver? Another cool name. Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. What phages are you cleaving? Like biochemistry phage? Phage, bacteria for bacteriophage. Yeah. Oh wait, it's a virus, not bacteria. It's a virus that infects bacteria. I see, right? The macro ones. Yeah. Oh wait, is there a macrophage that's different than bacteriophage? Anyway, whatever. Cool. Let's see, we're going for 3 hours. I can probably do some more stuff. Not quite time to be done. Hey, what's up, Half-Blood? Thanks for the follow. Every follow counts. I see biology is not your domain. Joke's on you. I spent more... I spent a lot of time doing biology in college. Let's see. If you look at my website that I haven't updated since 2012, I am attending and studying biochemistry. I actually spent more credits in college were spent on bio or chemistry than anything else. Even computer science, although I didn't end up with a degree. I guess I got a minor in biochemistry, but I did almost twice as many biochem credits as I did CS and didn't end up with a degree. But yeah, whatevs. Only the biology of pythons. Oof. Hey, what's up? I am the worst dev. Thank you for the follow. You're not the worst dev. There's probably people that are not as good. Oh, the names of the stream have been good. Listen, all you need to know is it's an inside job. I see. I see, DLL overflow. Did we close that? Okay. Alright, so I want to fix one of these two. I think they're both going to be tricky. So I think we're going to go with this one first. Which involves a two-step process. Which is both removing the meta class and adding it to this class. No, I'm not the worst. Yeah, okay, good. Alright, it was nice meeting the community. Have a great Sunday. I'm out the no code Sunday tomorrow. Good luck solving the bug. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Oblivion. You're welcome anytime. Happy to chat as well. Yeah, this one might be easier because I already have a thing that removes meta classes, and it would really just be well, I need the same mechanism for both of these. I essentially need like add meta class to class list. Everyone here acts like they know what a meta class is, so I feels bad, man. I don't think anyone should actually need to know what a meta class does. The only reason that I know what a meta class does is I wrote a very terrible one to do a really cool thing for this templating language. So this templating language is called Yelp Cheetah. The original templating language is called Cheetah, but another engineer and I, well, mostly me, let's be real. To look at contributors, mostly me. So this is the original author. This is me. And this is the other person at Yelp that I worked on making Yelp Cheetah. So clearly mostly me and mostly Naiden. But we decided that we wanted to make Cheetah a not crappy templating language, and so we took away lots and lots of things that should never be used because they were just like terrible features to this templating language. But we also added some other features to the templating language, and one of the problems with Cheetah is everything compiles to a class, and so the only way to share code in Cheetah is by inheritance. So if you need, basically, Yelp had multiple websites, so there was like the business owner's website, the admin website, the consumer website, and the mobile site. And if you needed to share code between like the consumer site and the biz site, you would need to put it in the base class that both of those sites shared, because of course we had like mobile site base template or like consumer site base template, and there was one class above all of the sites which was called common template. And as you might imagine, there was a lot of code that needed to be shared across all the templates, and so surprise surprise, common template ended up being like 2,000 to 5,000 lines of code, and just like a lot of unrelated garbage just kind of shoved in there because the only way to share code was with inheritance. And the same would happen for like each of the site templates. So if you went down to like the next level below it, you'd have base.temple, and every single web page in Yelp's consumer website all inherited from base temple. So if you needed to share code with any 2 pages, guess what? Had to be in base.temple. And so base.temple was even bigger than common template, and like it was just like this huge mess of forced inheritance. And what we essentially wanted to do was make it so you could write template code in an arbitrary file and import it and use it. And so you didn't need inheritance, you could just write template functions. And so the easiest way to make that happen was a terrible but terribly awesome hack, which we based the name on what it's called in other templating languages, which is partial templates. And the way partial templates works is 2 parts. The first is a meta class, and what this meta class does. And this is terrible. I'm so sorry. This is like some of the like jankiest code possible. What this meta class does is so a meta class is, you can think of a meta class as a thing that builds classes. It's the thing that makes a class come into existence. And the default meta class is a meta class called type, and type makes basically all classes in Python 3. Python 2, there's 2 ways to make classes, and one of them happens through other mechanisms. But we won't talk about old style classes because they'll hopefully die with Python 2 pretty soon. But anyway, so partial template type is a meta class that makes partial template classes. Yeah, it's essentially a type of factory pattern. The neat thing or terrible thing about meta classes is that they can like silently change stuff behind the scenes based on how your class definition is. So they can like add methods or change how methods work or change attributes or do all sorts of crazy stuff. In this case, what this partial template does is it constructs the class as it would have been constructed by type. So that's what this super call here is. And so here it's just like building the attributes and functions as it normally would. The next thing that it does is it finds the module that the class would have been defined in. Then it rips every attribute off of the... first it assigns a global variable called partial template class into the module. then it rips every attribute off of the class, and if that attribute is a function, it wraps that function in decorator called default self, which we'll get to in a second, and then sets that attribute on the module. So basically what this meta class is doing is ripping all of the functions off of a class and sticking them onto a module, and with this special decorator. And then what this special decorator does is pretty awful. So this decorator is called default self, and it's automatically added to every function in that class. And if self is not passed to the function, it jumps up one stack frame and finds a variable called self and then stuffs that into the function. Which is awful. But like here's one of those cases I was talking about it earlier, like where would you use is? Here's exactly where you would use is. So no argument is a singleton object here, and it can detect when it doesn't receive an argument here. And when it does, it knows to stuff the self that it found from that argument, and when it doesn't, it looks up a frame and finds the self variable. And if it can't find self, it raises an error. But this is the terrible metaclass hackery that happened here. But yeah, this was actually made during my first hackathon at Yelp, and eventually adapted. And actually, this metaclass hackery completely changed how front-end development got done at Yelp. Because before, we couldn't test any of our template functions at all. We couldn't import any template functions. But with this little bit of terrible hackery, I mean, admittedly terrible hackery, it enabled us to build libraries of functions and distribute them not only across sites, but across different applications. And like we could package up template code and share it between two different apps. And it basically changed how it's not hacking. I mean, it does some sketchy thing. Like I will admit that looking up stack frames is stuff that you should never really expect code to do. And there's like there's a bajillion failure modes that could have happened. Fortunately, like I guarded against all of them and like tested it really hard and like made sure that it worked really well. But like this completely allowed us to distribute our front end across a bunch of different developers and develop pieces independently, package them up, style them independently, and reuse them wherever we needed to use them. And so I think without this code, like Yelp's front end would not really have survived, or it would have needed a wholesale port to a different templating or different language or something else. But this kind of enabled us to continue with syntax that developers were familiar with, but at the same time share code and do stuff. This is actually like one of my favorite stories about like sometimes terrible code is exactly what you need. And I can point at this terrible code right here. But yeah, that's the only reason that I know about metaclasses, is because I wrote this one metaclass here, and I think this is literally the only metaclass that I've ever written. I guess I could find that. I could answer that question. How would I find that? All repos grab. Search for this. That would get me Python 2 metaclasses. That's PyTest. That's not me. Search for with metaclass. You can limit it to Python files so it's not so slow. Yeah, so this is the metaclass here. I would also search for type.new. Type.new. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna find one. It would probably inherit from type. Oh, I need to actually grep dash capital E. Nope. And then the last would be the Python 3 meta class. And these are tests in pyupgrade and tests in add trailing comma, so not actually meta classes. But yeah, I guess I've never written another meta class. I guess I wrote one, like, right, I inherited from one, because in order to use ABC meta, you need to inherit from one. But that was closed source code. But yeah, I haven't really used meta classes since then. Hey, maybe you can help me with something I don't know about. I have to share data structures between two languages. One will be C++ classes and the others are JSON objects. So the JSON objects are easy. Those you would just like, just soap. Don't use soap. Soap is, yeah, please don't use soap. The JSON objects should be easy. You just like serialize them to strings and pass the strings back and forth over whatever protocol you need. The C++ classes are going to be a little bit different. It depends on whether you need to like traverse a process boundary or not there. The typical way that I've seen like in process, like don't have to cross the process boundary to share C++ code with other things. Actually, I can show you an example of that. So libsass, which I wrote libsass Python, or I maintain libsass Python. I guess I didn't write the original version. But libsass is a giant C++ project. But Python does not speak C++. It only speaks C. And so what libsass has done is it's provided a C API, or a C calling construct on top of the C++ code. So if we look at, I don't even know where the code for that would be. Sass functions. Yeah, so these are C types, or C compatible types. And then you can use extern C, which will say everything below here is using C calling constructs. And then even inside of that, you can use C++ code inside these implementations, but the calling construct needs to be able to take these objects and then use them internally. Do we actually do that somewhere? This all looks like C code still. I guess maybe they have even better discipline to like not. Oh, here we go. Here's C++ code. But this API is C only. And so you kind of, you make a C translation layer, and then your external code will call the C APIs that perform side effects on the C++ object. So you kind of like set a facade in between the two. You expose a lower level API and hide your C++ object. Oh, that's already done. Okay, well, what's the issue then? Well, I can also show you how like this gets used in libsass Python. So libsass Python keeps a submodule of libsass, so this is like so it can get compiled in. And this imports or includes the, oh, that's the Python file. isass.bpp. This includes the header file, which shows all of those C APIs that we talked about before, and then just calls the Sass APIs. So here's like an example where it calls Sass make list. This takes entirely C types, but behind the scenes it does C++ things. How about sending commands and events across the boundary? I mean, that seems fine. Is this like in-process boundary, or is this multi-process boundary? Like, is this within the same executable, or are you dealing with, like, remote procedure calls? Like, I can't think of a better way than, like, having this kind of facade where you just pass back and forth the values that you need. And even in RPC, like, you would need to serialize to some format, pass that over the wire, and then deserialize on the other end. So you need some sort of translation layer. I think this is new music, or at least music we have not heard in this playlist before. Yeah, I can't think of a better way than that. At least given what you've told me. One single process, one thread is my project, and the other process is the V8 engine. Oh, I see. You actually have JavaScript objects. You're communicating via JavaScript, yeah. Yeah, I think, like, you're not gonna, at least in that case, you're not gonna be able to get away from, like, serializing to some JavaScript compatible object and going from there. Because it's not like JavaScript can speak C++. At least I hope not. Crazy town. You can create JSON objects and JavaScript functions, I see. Yeah, but you can do that from C++, but I don't think you can go the other way around. So yeah, it probably makes sense to just, like, send commands and events across the boundary. I think that's right. Sounds good to me. That's what I would do. I wonder how add meta class works. Oh, I see. It just rips the attributes out of the underlying class and then rebuilds the class. Weird. So the interesting thing about classes is you can use the star argument in them. I think. Yeah. You can splat classes and splat meta class into here. Which I think is a little bit weird. I think you can also do this more than once. So these are just empty tuples, so it's not actually, this is just entirely a no-op. But it looks funny. But I was thinking about this because the with meta class and add meta class will need to basically parse these arguments and, like, insert at the end a comma or the parentheses if they're not there. Oh, the parentheses are gonna get rough. Does it even work if there's no parens? Add meta class. I don't remember what my file looks like. Seems to work. It is a new style class, right? Yeah. Weird. Yeah, so in this case I would need to delete this line and then change this line to class D meta class equals type. Not annoying, but let's try and make it happen. Now we've played around with this a bit. Kind of need this too, I think, but we'll figure that out. Visit class def. All right, here's where we need to find either this or the with or the add meta class. I think we're gonna try and do with meta class first. Because I think it might be easier. I don't know, I've flip-flopped back and forth on that one like 3 or 4 times this stream now. So, my thinking here is to be timid and not handle this case here. And only handle this case. Because this is nonsense and already doesn't do what the programmer intended, so I'm happy to just leave that one alone. And I want to take advantage of my, my call stuff that I did up here, where like I can just reuse this formatting code. It looks like there's a special case here. First call args. Okay, well, let's try to test for it, and then we'll implement it after that. I don't quite know how I'm going to implement this, but that's the fun of programming. Lots of things that don't get changed. Intentionally not handling this case due to it being a bug. Class C fixedset meta class meta D pass. This is the case that we saw that I found before, where this D class here just gets completely ignored. It's probably a bug in something, but who knows what. We'll put some scared question mark at the end of that. Okay. We'll add our two cases here. Let's import with meta class. Okay, cool. So I expected 2 failed and 1 passed. So the no op is of course passing because we didn't write any code yet. Now we need to handle this. And so we could trivially, like I could almost fix this by just adding it to the by adding it to this template list here with meta class should return rest and then meta class equals args0. So like this would almost make those chests pass, but now the no op one is being rewritten and causing a syntax error. So we need to basically exclude this case. Because this is garbage. This is wrong. I guess I could record all of the classes that have more than one base and their offsets. No, I don't think I'm gonna do it that way. This is so complicated and lots of copy paste. Not great. I know. I find it weird that I'm checking this here. Why it's so timid here. I wonder if the tests fail if I comment these out. Shit, let's see what happens if I comment those out. It seems odd to check these. course it is changed. But in theory, I did it to appease a test, right? Everything happens for a reason. For 2 failures, so... Oh. Because it crashes. Okay. My code must be fine then. Oh, because parse call args starts with the parenthesis instead of seeking to it. I should probably simplify this at some point because there's not a great reason for this to be so complex. And like this is almost entirely duplicated to this code here. Actually it is. This code is the same as this, except for this number here. I'll leave that rewrite for another time though. Okay, so this is the case where it has a single base, and the base is with meta class, and it was from imported from 6. Okay, so this is like detecting the 2 cases of with meta class. I need to make these things exist. We're back to self.bases again. Should node. Unbound local error. Node reference before assignment. Oh. This here is wrong. Fix. Nice. Test pass. Gross, but it works, I guess. But I don't think it passes coverage because there's cases that we're not handling. Yeah. 1337. Nice. 1333. Yeah, so this is currently always true, and this is currently always true. So we need to add cases where this is not true. Which should be similar to the 6 no-op. Weird spacing at beginning of calls. So that should cover those two cases now. Nice. Make sure it works in Python 3. File not found Py38. Oh. Oh, and this is the bug that we fixed last stream, where if you keyboard interrupt while it's setting up, it thinks that it succeeded, which is totally wrong. Okay, cool. It works. It works! Yay! Oh, I'm on the wrong branch again. Dang it. Okay, I made the patch. Okay. Oops, we want to do that. And I have to update the README to add docs. Well, I wonder if Max updated the README when he added his features. The answer is no. I will fix that for him. Fix the ducks for Max. Sorry if you guys can hear the lawn people outside. They're right outside my window. Should really stream on a day when the lawn people don't show up. Because they're here every Saturday. You would have thought I would have realized this by now. Why are you running Linux in a VM? So I explain this every stream, and I really need to fill out my FAQ section, and I know I haven't yet. But the reason is kind of twofold. Well, kind of threefold. One is I've used Windows my entire life, and so I'm very familiar with the keyboard shortcuts and all of the stuff that is associated with that. So I'm very familiar with using Windows, and I'm not about to change that. Oh goodness, what happened there? So that's that part. I also use Windows to play video games, and I'll get to that one in a second, Half-Blood. So I use Windows to play video games. Not as much recently because I haven't had a bunch of free time, but I do play video games, so I tend to use that. The other is, or I guess the next part is that the programming tools for the stuff that I work on, particularly Python, and also Git to some extent, are just better on Linux. They're either faster or have more features, or they're easier to work with. And so I prefer the programming tool set that's available in Linux. The other part is I destroy Linux machines a lot, mostly because I like to poke at stuff and break things, and I also do Debian packaging and that sort of stuff, and pretty often I'll end up in a case where I'm not smart enough to fix it myself. And with the VM it's really easy, because I can just blow it away, start over from scratch, and I have a script which or I have a Puppet configuration which will set up my environment almost entirely from scratch. I've gotten it to the point where I drop an SSH key in my VM, I clone this Git repo, I install Ruby, and then I run this, and I'll have all of my tools set up exactly the same way as all my other machines. And so, I like that aspect of being able to start over from fresh really quickly. And with a VM, it's easy because you just blow it away and make a new one. But if you're dual booting, you have to deal with partitioning and formatting and all that shenanigans, and I just don't have the patience to deal with that. That said, sometimes I do have the patience to deal with that. My work computer is a MacBook, but I dual boot Linux on it because I really dislike macOS, and I'd much rather use a Linux workspace to do work. And so I definitely deal with dual booting there, although I'm a little more careful at work, and I don't experiment in ways that would break the kernel or irreversibly break the package management situation. I've been pretty good about not breaking that so far, so fine with that. What's up, Willadama? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. And so, yeah, the next question is why aren't you using Vim? And this is the other FAQ entry that I really need to fill out. I could just link to the video where I explained it before. What I really want to do is make a YouTube video that's just me explaining these two questions, and then be able to link to it from there. But I haven't had time, and so for the most part I've just been linking to where I explained it in previous streams, or re-explaining it, because why not? So let me push this so that I'm actually doing something productive while it's while I'm explaining. So back in the day when I first started programming, I used Notepad, which is literally the worst editor you could ever use. And when I got my first internship at a company called Infor, they were a Java and C# shop. And when I transitioned from a quality assurance role to a developer role, I was mostly working on C#, and so I got to use Visual Studio. And Visual Studio is amazing. It is basically the best thing that's ever happened to like Microsoft Code. And it's great because you just like type a letter, you press tab, or I think it was space, or I don't know, whatever the tab complete character was. It's been a while. And it essentially just writes your code for you, which is super awesome. And I really liked Visual Studio, and I stuck with that as long as I could. But at my next job at Yelp, which was a Python shop, Visual Studio was not super helpful, and I was not allowed to run Windows, so I had to make do with things that I could run on Linux or macOS. And eventually macOS, because they banned Linux at Yelp, and so that's one of the reasons I quit. But yeah, so I switched from Visual Studio to Eclipse, which I know what you're thinking, like Eclipse is so bad, and yes, it was pretty bad, but it did what I needed it to do, which was essentially like jump to definition and fuzzy file search and some amount of tab completion, and so it was alright. And I eventually switched from Eclipse to IntelliJ, because IntelliJ did all of those things but better and was more stable and faster and all sorts of things. And I really liked IntelliJ. This was before PyCharm was a thing, so IntelliJ had Python features, and they eventually split it out, and that's what became PyCharm. But I was using IntelliJ, and I was fine with that. And then one holiday season, so I always go home, my home in Michigan, where my parents live. I always go back for the holidays, and this holiday season I decided to go back and work from home, and work from home. So like, go home, but spend, I don't know, 8 hours a day doing work things. And the way our code synchronization works, when I was in the office, it was synchronizing from our local development servers, which were in the same building as us, because Yelp used to run a data center directly in the office, which, I don't know, if you ever design your data centers, I would not suggest putting a development environment directly in your office, because you end up building software that makes assumptions about latency that's just like completely wrong in the real world, and we ended up finding like problems like that all the time. Like one of our problems was we had 2/3 or like 3/4 of our develop machines, our continuous integration machines were hosted in the office, but we had one set of machines that were in San Jose. And the latency in the office was essentially like 0 milliseconds, but the latency to San Jose was, I don't know, like 10, 15 milliseconds. And this was enough latency that when we would try and run the tests against these San Jose data centers, it would pile up and never complete. But anyway, I digress. When I went to my home in Michigan, the latency was like 100 milliseconds, and synchronizing the 5 million line code base across the country was simply not feasible, and so IntelliJ would crawl and everything would be terrible. So I switched back to the terminal editor that I learned in college to just like get by, because I didn't really need it for development in college. I just needed it to like exit and like write small text files, and so I learned Nano, and hopefully that answers your question, Diens. I was getting there. We're getting there. But I worked with Nano for 2 weeks while I was remote in Michigan and developed muscle memory, and when I came back I tried to use IntelliJ again, but then I realized that I was faster not, and so I just haven't really looked back since. That said, I do know how to use Vim. I'm not the most noobiest of noobs. Oops. I say as I fail to open a file and then fail to quit. I do know how to use Vim and jump around and stuff, and yes, I'm using the arrow keys like a noob, and like I do know how to like enter insert mode and do whatever I need to do there, and undo, and visual mode stuff, and sort, and like all the things you would ever want to do. Yes, there's a bunch of blank lines here because I just sorted a Python file, which is not super useful, and quit without saving. And like I know how to use Vim, I'm just not as fast, so it happens, I guess. My experience with Visual Studio actually was that it wrote code for me, except it wasn't the code I wanted, so I had to continuously remove the suggested things. That's fair. Fortunately, the code base I was working on was like very linear, and so like almost always the suggestions were correct. But yeah, that's my virtual machine and nano story again. I know someone who uses NeoVim, much envy. Yeah, there's a bunch of people at work that use NeoVim. Seems cool. CI is my favorite Vim command. What does, or CI star? What is, C is change, right? Vim cheat sheet. Yeah, I'm gonna learn something today. CI. Change, replace entire word. CIW is change inside word. Oh, I see. Okay, cool. Nano would be second on my list. Yeah, we can all agree I hate Emacs, right? That's how that works. Oh, that's cool. That can be good or completely destroy your code. So if I wanted to like change this. Oh, that's cool. Maybe I'll use that. And then what is line, like CIL? No? CI... change, replace to the end of the line. That one seems kind of useful. So CI $? No? C $? Oh, I don't even need... Okay. Let's see. Cool. 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 CI paren is change inside parentheses. Oh, that sounds cool. CI paren. Neat. That's pretty cool. I'm probably not gonna remember that, but it is cool. The one that I use a lot is rectangular select to like change the indent of things. So if I want to like dedent, oh, I did that wrong. Oh goodness. Thought I knew what I was doing. Control V, visual block mode, and then D. Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted. But also I can do like visual line mode and then indent, which is right angle bracket, although that put a tab, I think, here. Yeah, there's a tab character there. I haven't put it into spaces mode. But anyway, I do know Vim things, I just don't use it. One of my jokes that I say that everyone around me at work has heard a million times, like, oh yeah, I use Nano so that I can slow myself down so I don't burn out. Which, a little narcissistic, but there might be some truth to it. Takes a lot to remember all those keys, but there's a method to the madness. Yeah, it's true. With Nano, there's not actually that many keys to remember, and I turn the help off at the bottom so I don't learn any more of them. I guess I could turn the help on. I don't remember how to do that now. Set no help. So usually there's these help things at the bottom. Let's see. I know this one. I know this one. I know this one. Oh wait, what is control? Yeah, Control W is search. I just don't think about it anymore. I use Control K all the time, which is to delete the line. I don't use this at all. I use this all the time, which is to like say, let me open a file. So like, if I'm at the end of the line, I can do Control C and it'll tell me I'm at column 56 on line 69. 69. Nice. Hey, what's up, David? How's it going? Haven't seen you in stream in a while. Shadi and I went to school back in the day. High school and college. But yeah, I use Control C all the time to do current position. Obviously, I use X to exit. I don't think I use this one at all. I use the find and replace mode. This is uncut, so I uncut. Hey, thanks for resubscribing, David. Oh, you shouldn't have. Oh, but you have Twitch Prime, so it's basically free, right? Thanks for the sub. Back up to 2 subscribers again. Woo! I hit my 2 subscriber goal, guys. I did it, Mom. I forget who my other subscriber is. Should know that. I know, what is his name? Something Fox. Mindful Fox subbed for a while. Is this where we take the shirt off? Yeah. I could just like hide down here and then I actually have 2 of this t-shirt, then pretend that I took. No, we're not gonna do that. I'm not gonna get banned. That's against the terms of service, right? I should probably know what the Twitch TOS is. Bit long. Yeah, it's kind of long. Oh, the word nudity doesn't appear into it. Nor does sexual. Well, we're not stripping, guys. That's not this kind of stream. I don't think that's kosher. But yeah, I also use Control T and Control underscore, which is like go to line. There's some other ones that I use, like Control arrow keys will jump by word or by function, or like block, I guess. So I use those a lot. Let's see. These are the common ones. They got rid of this in the latest version of Nano, and I'm really salty about it because it's super useful to run formatters from code. But they're like, oh yeah, we added command mode, so you can just run a command. Try shirt and off. I don't think we're gonna see that either. No. Maybe close? No? Bits acceptable use policy. What is this? Oh, this is like their legal mumbo jumbo to say that they're not money. Oh yeah, bits are not a money instrument. Bits cannot be directly exchanged for items or services of value. Yeah, this is so they don't like sell out in that way. Isn't Nano just like Emacs Lite? Oof. They do share some of the same chords. Like the Emacs chord for exiting is Control X E, I think. But like other than the similarity kind of stops at like they both use the control key. But yeah, Nano is like really, really, really bad. But I use it, so it's fine. But yeah, and actually I've contributed to Nano, so you see like this control arrow key and stuff. This was actually a patch that I sent in to GNU Nano, and they accepted it, and now I use it all the time, which is pretty cool. But it's interesting, we use a lot of control keys when in insert mode in Vim. Yeah, that's fair, but like almost every command in Nano is control, and every command in Emacs is control. Although Nano also uses the meta key, like Windows key and Alt and stuff for other things. Oh, I use Y and V all the time, which is to go one screen at a time. Ooh, these are weird. I don't... Go to the first line of the file. Control Home and Control N. I use Control A and Control E, which I think is the same as in Emacs, which is go to the beginning of the line and go to the end of the line. I don't know where it is in this help though. But yeah, I use Nano. I know enough of it to get by. I'm efficient enough, as you can sometimes see on stream, where I do a flurry of keyboard shenanigans. But I don't know. I'm getting better at Vim. Also, I'm teaching my brother programming, and so I know how much I get made fun of for using Nano, so I'm teaching him Vim. And he's actually doing pretty well with it. He's getting to the point where he doesn't have to like think about insert mode, it just kind of happens, and taught him a few things about Vim. Like, this is kind of the basics. Like, I'd enter insert mode, escape to exit, colon to write some sort of command, and these are some common commands and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm not gonna teach him Emacs because I know how to quit Emacs, and that's about it. Oh, this looks fancy though. That's the thing about Emacs, is it's a development environment. It's not really a text editor. Also, this is like crazy town. So much stuff going on here. But yeah, I know Emacs is better than what I'm doing, and so is Vim, and so is basically everything else. Like, Nano is the notepad of the terminal. And I don't know, it's good enough for me to get by, and I'm probably not going to change it. But yeah, he knows more than this. This is just all that he's written in his notes. But yeah. Anyway, I think I'm done with what I wanted to do today, so I'm gonna wind down here because I've been streaming for 4 hours. But yeah, let me do my spiel, I guess. RIP. Sorry, yeah, I know you just showed up, David, and now I'm signing off. But let's see, what do I usually say? If you missed any part of the stream, the entire stream will be up on YouTube, usually by tomorrow. And that's youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. You can find the link down in the description-ish whatever area below. And so if you ever miss a stream, you can always get them here. Last stream was particularly fun, so if you missed that one, this was I explained a lot of cool stuff, and so encourage checking that one out. I usually stream on Saturdays at 1 p.m. and some weekdays. Recently it's mostly been Wednesdays, just because that's how things have lined up. During the weekdays I stream at about 6 p.m. and that's Pacific time. But if you want to get announcements for when I'm about to stream, either follow the stream on Twitch and you'll get it right when I start, or I usually announce it an hour or so beforehand on Twitter. And my Twitter is CodeWithAnthony. And most of my tweets are like technology stuff that I'm working on or stream announcements. So if you're interested in that kind of stuff, then follow, but whatever. I don't really care. Twitter's Twitter. It's mostly just like trying to promote this stuff. it's a self-promotion cycle. But anyway, that's all I've got for today. I'm gonna go find someone to raid, and then hope you guys have a wonderful day, and thanks for stopping by.